Good morning, everybody. We're getting ready to start our meeting, so if you could please take your places with happy faces. There you go. I want to welcome everybody to the Tuesday, January 23rd, 2018 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin with a flag salute led by District 5 Supervisor Jennifer Montgomery.
Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So many of you will see a new face sitting to my right. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our new County Executive Officer, fresh from Colorado, Mr. Todd Leopold. Welcome, Todd. This is his first meeting, and if you want to say a few appropriate words, that'd be fine.
Very appropriate. Yes, thank you. Thank you for all the welcomes, the people I've been introduced to, and those that I will be in the very near term. And to the board, thank you for the support that I have, and look forward to working with you in the long-term future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Alrighty, we will then move to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion. Does any board member have any consent items?
I got to say, I'm really morbidly curious about item 8A. It's the first time I've ever seen a $100 million personal injury claim filed against the county. And there was definitely insufficient data available to us in our packet to explain a $100 million. So maybe just, Jerry, at some point in the future, you and I can meet. You could explain to me what that one was all about. Because that was curious to me, but
well, you got to start
no,
somewhere.
I won't actually pull it from consent for that purpose.
You won't? Okay.
Move approval consent calendar.
Does anyone in the audience have a item that they'd like to discuss? Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. This is a roll call vote, so would clerk please call the roll?
Duran.
Yes.
Wygant.
Yes.
Euler. Montgomery. Yes. Holmes.
Yes. Thank you. We'll now move to public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Is there any public comment? Good morning, Ellie.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. Thank you for being in North Lake Tahoe today. Welcome, CEO. Today, I'm here about your closed session item. Have we not learned anything from the Tahoe City Lodge? Even with the public comment during the area plan update, the project has taken over 4 years and still hasn't broken ground. La Lima is another issue that you probably are not aware of. It's a major component of the Kings Beach revitalization here. They also, due to lack of providing reasonable, sufficient financial verification and terms of obligations for this event center, with a $50K agreement to negotiate exclusively, has fallen apart. By fast-tracking a single development proposal for the Kings Beach Town Center and not including the public makes no sense. This process should not function in a vacuum. The public doesn't even know how many people contacted the county or submitted proposals, and the lack of disclosure undermines the establishment of the competitive process that you have set up. Last evening, I received a notification that your board is going to conduct a public hearing about this same item in Auburn. As I always say, Tahoe items of this magnitude should be heard in Tahoe. This is really setting a bad example, I think, for our new CEO. This project and this magnitude is a Herculean effort that's going to happen here to revitalize the town, and the people don't always have the opportunity to get to Auburn. Yes, we can talk to you in front of the TV like I always do. It is not the same. This is millions of taxpayer dollars being paid back from redevelopment funds on a failed town center revitalization that the county and taxpayers own. This is community dollars that we are trying, that we will be tying up. A project of this magnitude has never been seen here in many years. And why are copies of this documentation only available in Auburn? Why can't the Tahoe City office have the same privilege and opportunity to the public to have the copies or send them out via email? I request that the board reconsider a sole source agreement at this time and disclose the other proposals via transparent process and provide parameters Placer County is seeking for the project and conduct public workshops before negotiating the approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie.
Todd, welcome to Tahoe.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. Thanks for being here. My name is Jim Kaplan. I'm a local resident for 15 years here, and I was one of the 4 submittals for the RFI in 2016 for the Kings Beach Center. And my intention was to develop that in respect to what the community vision plan was and hold it for the long term. I have a successful portfolio of mixed-use projects that I've done and redevelopments that I've done in this part of the country as well as other parts. My kids go to school in Kings Beach right now and have for 6 years. I've worked hard when I submitted that RFI. We put together a local development team which has success right next door here with the Peak 10 condos and received awards on that, best in the basin. And we spent a lot of time putting together a local development team, which is really necessary, as we can tell from the projects that have not made it to fruition by not having local knowledge. So it's really necessary to have a local development team to develop a project here. There's so many hurdles in the way. I sent a proposal and a petition of support to the clerk of the board, as well as this board and yesterday, and I assume everybody received it. I'm not sure if you had a time to review it, but there's pages and pages of signatures on there of a petition of people saying this should be more of an open process. And if I was one of 4 submittals, it's just strange that as a local person, a local developer, I wasn't contacted before this last round, and they seem to be putting in a Southern California developer into this position. As I mentioned, this is my second submittal to Placer County on the Kings Beach Center. Staff didn't wish to negotiate on my first offer, and they were enamored with Lolima at that time. I was hopeful with this new offer we'd be able to compete for the Kings Beach Center. Last Friday, I heard informally from staff that they do not intend to review my submission in earnest or engage me as a viable developer. I'm making this public comment to inform the Board of Supervisors that there are other interested developers and to request the Board of Supervisors direct staff to renegotiate with all prospective developers, as there is real benefit to the community of Kings Beach. Thank you for your attention to this, and open selection is appreciated.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to see you guys are here. Well, he's talking about his family. Well, my son had his first job was Tahoe Tessie and was lucky enough to be a ski instructor while I was in high school on the weekends. How fun was that? Well, my name is Bill Johnson, and I was an early advocate for the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Plan, so we could have a livable, walkable Kings Beach as the best way to spur, environmental gains, redevelopment, and revitalization. And I started volunteering on the Kings Beach Commercial Plan back in 1997 after I read the draft EIR, I called Bill Combs, who was planner at the time, and said, hey, it says in here that Kings Beach had, its character had been destroyed in the economic vitality because of the 4 lanes. They're just, you know, racing through town. Nobody can see what we have here. And I'd like to say thank you to you guys because you guys voted for it. And if you remember, in January 2010, we got a unanimous vote from the TRPA, which doesn't very seldom happen. So I'd like to say thanks again. I've been involved in 35 redevelopment projects in Kings Beach, from a couple of lakefronts to the 3 trailer parks we purchased and put up the new homes and townhouses, and some, I don't know, 7 or 8 other probably remodels, and then, of course, some industrial property up on Speckle. And also, we developed as the buyer's broker and the project manager. We closed escrow in June 2015 next door in the Tahoe beachfront residences. And I'd like to say maybe we're lucky, but we're all sold out by December 2017. So pretty fast track for Tahoe, but we had a lot of local good team members that have learned from our previous mistakes on what to do to get through the system. So I'd like to say thanks for that again. I've been performing public outreach for the Kaplan team with our preliminary site plans and building renderings, which is a good 3/4 inch thick. The purpose of this effort was to generate feedback and initiate a first step in confirming the compatibility of the project within the Kings Beach Vision Plan. The intent was to show the level of support and expertise in North Lake Tahoe entitlement process in anticipation of Kaplan team negotiations with Placer County. We have now submitted the list of individuals and spoken with their signature captors' support for the Kaplan team project. Each signature represents from 10 to 20 minutes conversation and the signature's review of the preliminary site plan, building elevations, and perspectives. And we have all of those here, which have been submitted to the clerk, and I don't know, probably hundreds more coming in. We are in excess of 150 signatures, and in addition to supporting the site plans and rendering the Kings Beach residents, business owners, and commercial property owners who signed agreed with the following 3 statements. 1, the Kaplan project is consistent with the Kings Beach Vision Plan in that it intends boutique-scale lodging, mixed uses, public plazas, and retains the community character. I oppose corporate chains for hotel, retail, and restaurants within the Kings Beach Town Center, as they are not consistent with the Kings Beach Vision Plan. 3, sense of place requires a unique and artful community redevelopment that helps to establish a community identity that is not readily found elsewhere. As a longtime community member, I'm pleased there is interest from multiple groups for the redevelopment of the Kings Beach Town Center. I am hopeful that the Board of Supervisors will leverage this unique opportunity of multiple offers to the benefit of Kings Beach by allowing teams to compete for the opportunity to redevelop the hamlet of Kings Beach. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. My name's Alex Min. First off, I'm a longtime Kings Beach local, 18 years. 2 children who are in the school system here in Kings Beach. We're not going anywhere. I'm also the real estate agent who drafted the offer for Mr. Kaplan, and we did submit that on December 22nd. The Kaplan team, they've got an excellent Lake Tahoe Basin experience. I've seen them and their success. I know personally how much it takes for them to get from sold to permitted to redeveloped and then to operating successfully. And that's not an easy feat. And quite simply, the team has shown it can execute well in North Lake Tahoe. And they're local. I'm unclear as to why the county is not entertaining multiple offers and performing parallel negotiations. That confuses me as a real estate agent. I don't know many sellers who wouldn't jump at the opportunity to have multiple offers. As a community member, I'm asking you to include the public in the selection and to have the applicants present to NITRAC prior to contract. And from an agent's perspective, having multiple offers, it's golden opportunity, so take it. Thank you for your consideration and for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that wishes? Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chair Holmes and Supervisors. Thank you for having me today. My name is JT Chevalier from the Tahoe City Downtown Association. And first and foremost, on behalf of the Tahoe City Downtown Association, we'd like to welcome Todd Leopold to the area and Lake Tahoe, and we're excited to have you in Placer County. And then additionally, we'd like to invite the Board of Supervisors and anybody else in the audience. We have a membership and volunteer appreciation party this evening. It's from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Blue Agave. And like you probably all well know, members and volunteers are a critical part of our organization, so it's very important to us to say thank you. And I know some of them would love to see any of you if you would like to attend. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Schober, Kings Beach resident, and for about 20 years, and business owner here. Same property is my topic, a little lower hanging fruit. To the east of the post office are two dilapidated structures. They were residences. The roof is collapsing on one. There's a homeless issue where they camp in there a little bit. I can't testify to the frequency, but these buildings really need to come down, and I don't think they should wait for the process of selling the property and development. I know it would be nice if someone bought it, came in, and demolish these on their dime. However, we still have a community living around here. They're just awful, and if these are not ringing a bell, please take 2 minutes, go to the post office around the corner, and then look to the east. You'll see the two structures. There's no one living in them now, except some ravens have roosted in the roof of one. So it would be great if those came down while the rest of this is going forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All righty, I will close public comment. We'll move to our next item. Board member and county executive reports. Any board member reports? See none? County executive report?
No.
Okay. Too early to report on it.
You're right.
We got you covered. We'll now move to our 9:05 a.m. timed item. County Executive, North Lake Tahoe Transportation Authority. Aaron Casey and Joel Joyce. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Leopold and Mr. Cardin. Aaron Casey with the County Executive Office. I'm here today with Joel Joyce to co-present on the North Lake Tahoe Transportation Authority. You may recall this item was originally included as part of the broader countywide legislative platform earlier this month. It has been carved out and will be heard separately from that platform by your board today. Joel and I will bounce back and forth through this presentation. Joel will focus on legislative considerations, and I will focus on county considerations for your board's information. So to provide you with a quick overview of the presentation we'll be given today, first we want to talk with you in brief about the North Lake Tahoe Transportation Authority or Authority and provide a little bit of detail on what that is and what it entails. Also talk with you about a potential sales tax measure in Eastern Placer County, talk about some of the history of that here in the community, and then what might happen moving forward and steps to get there. Proposed authority revisions for your board's consideration and for staff to work with should you give us direction today to proceed. Community input that we've received to date, particularly from special districts, community organizations that also have an interest in this item. Timeline and next steps, and then finally board action, which is the requested action is to authorize staff to pursue legislation to amend the authority. In addition to that, we'd also like to cover with your board some areas of needed revision within the authority should you direct staff to proceed here. That will help us as we move forward and work with the community groups on revisions to this authority.
So I'll go, is this on?
Yeah.
So I'll go through what the current law states. The authority was set up in 1998 by Senate Bill 1488, the Local Transportation Improvement Act. This authority authorized the Placer County Board of Supervisors to establish the authority by resolution within the county for transportation initiatives. Ultimately, after the resolution is established, a board of directors would be formed that would be elected within the improvements boundaries, which happen to follow the North Lake Tahoe collection area. This authority then may enact a sales tax measure and then adopt an expenditure plan. Some further criteria is within the current law, it calls for an election up to a 1/2 cent sales tax in 1/4 cent increments currently, along with some criteria, including a majority vote of the board of directors to place the sales tax on the ballot. And then, of course, with 66% or 2/3 approval of the voters within the voting area. And as mentioned earlier, a transportation expenditure plan is adopted.
Now we'll cover with your board a brief history of sales tax measures in Eastern Placer County within the authority boundaries. Since the early 90s, there have been 2 transportation sales tax measures that have been proposed but have been unsuccessful. And as a result of that criteria that Joel just covered for your board has not been met, and so the authority remains inactive. Also, you may recall Measure M in 2016, where voters were asked to approve a sales tax increase that would then support transportation as well as trails and other services. That also did not pass and particularly did not do well in Eastern Placer County. Despite that, however, there is interest within the community here to pursue a sales tax measure in either 2018 or 2019. The reason for that is, one, to diversify funding for transportation and trail-related services, and we'll talk about the scope of the authority in a moment. But there's certainly interest to further support those services, and sales tax has been identified as one potential way to do that. Additionally, there is thought that perhaps a specific sales tax measure on the east side of the county would be more likely to be successful than a countywide measure would be. Authority revisions that would be needed should we move forward with this are included in this slide. I want to point out to your board that by proceeding today and directing staff to work with community groups, this does not commit your board at all to placing a sales tax measure on the ballot. It's simply a next step that is required for us to move forward and really make it a possible option in the next 2 years. Revisions may include the scope of the authority. Currently, the authority is focused on transportation and transit services. There has been interest among some of the special districts in the community to expand that scope to include trail construction and trail maintenance in addition to transportation. The composition of the board of directors, currently the authority calls for a special election or a separate election of the board members. So we've had discussions with community groups around changing that, which would include, of course, then the process to appoint and or elect that board. Guiding documents and or plans for the expenditure plan that is a required component of the authority. Currently, the documents referenced in the authority are from the mid-90s, are out of date, and no longer capture community priorities that are relevant today. And additionally, maximum threshold consideration for increasing that from 0.5% to 1%. As I said, the scope of the authority is currently transportation focused. We've had meetings with community groups who have an interest in pursuing this, and they have asked that we consider expanding that scope to include trail construction and maintenance. As many of you may recall, we have held several public meetings in the last few months, and trails continue to rank very high for the community in terms of priority areas for the county to focus on. This also allows the county to focus on and support priorities identified in the Tourism Master Plan, which include trails as well as transportation service, and additionally helps us achieve completion of the Resort Triangle Trail System, which we talk about with your board at length. We've also discussed, while trails is of interest, not necessarily replacing transportation with trails, but rather adding it or expanding the scope to include both. Now we'd like to talk with you about the board of directors. As I said earlier, the authority calls for an election of that board. And back in the 90s, that made sense. In some of our discussions with the community groups here, there have been conversations around revising that to a system where board members would be appointed by organizations that have a role in transportation and trails-related priorities and services, including the county. And so the proposed scenarios that we've brought forward to your board today to receive feedback on are consistent with some of the feedback that those boards from special districts have already provided. And they include a mix of county and special district appointments. The reason that your board may have an interest in appointing someone to the board is because it would allow the board to ensure consistency with the TART services plan, for example, that was approved by your board in 2016. If this body or authority is going to be allocating funds to transportation services, it makes sense to ensure, as we are the transportation provider in this community, that is consistent with the TART systems plan and other priorities identified by the county related to transit and the operations of that service. Secondly, ensures that we have a connected trail system. That's been identified as a key priority, and really what the Resort Triangle is all about is connectivity within that trail system. So ensuring again that there is connection between the work that the county is doing on trails and the community at large. These are a few scenarios that we have for your board's consideration today. We do acknowledge that it is at your board's discretion to provide staff with feedback that may be different than what you see before you. However, we felt that this was a good place to start, as it was consistent with some of the feedback we've received from community groups who do have a strong interest in participating in this should we proceed. The first includes a 5-member board where there would be 2 elected officials appointed by your board and 3 elected officials appointed by special district boards. And so just to reiterate for you, the special district boards that would be participating in this would have a role in either transportation and/or trails-related activities, so consistent with the scope that is ultimately determined for this authority. The second item, also a 5-member board, but where your board would be appointing only 1 member and special districts would be appointing 4. And then the final scenario there is a 7-member board. 2 elected officials appointed by your board and 5 by special district boards. So now what this scenario allows for is the expansion of the scope and the authority to include transportation and trails. If we were to include both of those items, then there are additional special districts in the community that have a role in transportation and others with trails. And so they have all expressed interest in participating, so this format would facilitate their participation. As I've mentioned already, we have received community input. This is a list of some of the special districts who have met with us, who have also discussed this at their board level. They have all directed their staff to work with county and agency partners on revisions, so that conveys support for this moving forward. I believe some of them are also here today. They have also expressed an interest in appointing board members, so that's just for your board to know that they would like to participate in that, so something for you to consider when giving staff feedback on scenarios. And they do have a preference for a mix of county and special district appointments. I also want to add that the Truckee-Tahoe Airport District would be a special district that would be interested in participating potentially because they have a role in transportation in our community. Additional revisions that would be needed include documents, guiding documents for the expenditure plan. As I mentioned, there's reference to an outdated transportation plan, so staff would be looking to your board for guidance there. We've included some plans for your consideration, including the regional transportation plans of the PCTPA and the TRPA. They encompass, as you may know, projects around transportation, but also trails. So they sort of encompass all of it, and they are inclusive of TART systems plan and tourism master plan priorities. And then finally, the maximum taxing threshold, currently at 0.5%. There have been discussions to allow for up to 1%, depending on outcome of voter surveys, and additional steps that we would take before bringing something forward to your board for consideration.
So I want to talk a little bit about timelines. As your board is aware, we are in the second year of a 2-year session. With that, staff has currently worked with our state advocates from Shaw-Yoder Antwi and Assemblymember Brian Dolly's office to have Dolly's office place a spot bill as a placeholder with the future intent to amend the bill should your board give staff guidance to do so. With that, revisions would come at a later date, and we wouldn't expect the bill to be heard before March at this time. And then we would also work with community groups on potential revisions and obviously ensure consistency with the Board of Supervisors' feedback. So with next steps, we would like to, okay, so we've identified an author for the legislation in Assemblymember Dolly's office. There are other few potential options staff could pursue. We are not married to any one option. Other options include amending a current transportation bill to stay within the single issue rule, as well as gut and amend a different bill that's already made it through various committees, depending on the timeline. And as Aaron mentioned, there would be a voter survey on sales tax and possible expenditures to support trails or transportation be done in the near future. So with that, we'd like to take any questions.
All right. Questions from board members? Supervisor Duran, your light is on. Did you have a question? No? Jennifer.
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Montgomery.
Aaron, in looking over the three alternatives that you've proposed, the 5-member board, 2 electeds, 3 special districts, the 5-member board, 1 elected, 4 special districts, and then a 7-member board, 2 elected, 5 electeds from special districts. I see that you've talked to at least 4 special districts around it. These districts, Tahoe City PUD, North Tahoe PUD, Squaw Valley, and North Star, all have significant interests in both transit, meaning our bus fleet, but also in trails. If we were to go with the 7-member board, are there groups other than the Truckee-Tahoe Airport District that might make up that 5th appointment, or are we really just looking at adding the airport district?
I think there certainly could be, so that's something we could explore, depending on your board's feedback to us. And I also think depending on what the scope of the authority ends up looking like, in part that would be informed by the voter survey that Joel referenced. So I think if the outcome of that is really focused on, let's say, transportation, then we would maybe reconsider that composition. I think also, if that were the case, some of the special districts that you have seen on the list might reconsider participation as well. And so depending on the scope, which would, as I said, be informed by the voter survey in part, I think that will ultimately determine interest among community groups, which then may mean that other groups in the transportation who have some role in transportation may sort of rise to the top or have interest in participating, where right now we're just in the early stages and need to determine where this is going to go first.
Okay, thank you. I would just say that, on the face of it, my preference would be to go with the 7-member board. I would prefer to be more inclusive of more groups who have interests either in mechanical transit or people-powered transit, if we want to call it that. So just that's sort of my perspective. I would think that of these three proposals, the 7-member board would get best to community interests and concerns.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? I'd like to make a comment about the board of directors scenarios. Certainly, I would like to see 2 elected officials from the Board of Supervisors, the District 5 supervisor, and then certainly either Supervisor Euler or I, who serve on the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency. As far as a 7-member board, I have no real objection, although it may be a little unwieldy. Sometimes 5 board members are too many. So, just my thoughts. Anyhow, that's my direction. So if it ended up being a 7-member board, I would not have a problem.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments from board members, we'll take some public comment on this item. Good morning again.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Tahoe Vista, for the record. The specificity of Tahoe-only funds, I believe, was part of the Measure M failure in the eastern side here. It really comes down to how Tahoe gets funding through a broader measure. And I think it would be good for the voter survey if you listed what our current sales tax is, so people know what the increase is going to, and also list what other local jurisdictions nearby have to show that we're not really out of step with requesting the increase, and highlight the trail system addition and some of the benefits that could come in the transit system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Sean Barclay, General Manager of the Tahoe City Public Utility District. On behalf of the Tahoe City PUD and our Board of Directors, I'd like to thank you for considering this item today. As noted in the staff report, we've been working with county staff to discuss possible amendments to the existing legislation that might be of interest to the district. And I'd like to thank Placer County staff and Aaron Casey and Joel Joyce in particular for their work on this item. At the December meeting of the Tahoe City PUD's Board of Directors, I received direction from my board to continue to work with county staff to determine if amendments could be made that are specifically focused on obtaining potential funding for trails and trail maintenance, and forming a Board of Directors for the authority, which allows the district a role in determining those priorities, consistent with option 2 or 3 as outlined in your staff report today. As I'm sure your board is aware, the Tahoe City PUD is responsible for the maintenance and operations of nearly 23 miles of multi-use trail, and identifying potential sources of funding to help offset the costs of maintaining the infrastructure of this important community and visitor serving amenity is critical. I think it's important also to note, as identified in the staff report, that the potential changes to the existing authority for your consideration today do not commit the county or the special districts to placing a sales tax measure on the ballot, but just provide the option to do so after further study and outreach. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. My name is Mike Geary. I'm the General Manager of the Squaw Valley Public Service District. Thank you for letting me speak, Chairman Holmes and Board of Supervisors. Welcome, Todd. Look forward to working with you. I'd like to thank Aaron Casey for her work on this issue, as well as Cindy Gustafson from the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. And I just wanted to let the board know that the Squaw Valley Public Service District Board of Directors at its last meeting did support the county, the Resort Association, and other special districts that provide trail maintenance here in the eastern part of the county in the planning, administration, and legislative processes necessary to get a sales tax measure to fund trail maintenance and construction on a future ballot. So we do support that. I think this is, any additional source of revenue to help us get the trail network built is a help. We're, of course, keen on seeing the Squaw to Truckee section get built, but there are other critical sections to the trail network as well. So appreciate your consideration of this item, and look forward to working with you guys on it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Good morning, young lady.
Good morning. Jamie Wright, the Executive Director for the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. We completely support the revitalization of this authority to expand the scope to include trails. Mobility issues in our area just tend to continue to capitalize much of our time here in the region, especially in the winter when we have multiple people coming into the region and our roads end up very congested. Expanding the scope of trails would further help us to identify localized funding mechanisms to further help with not only our trails, but our transit system here in North Lake Tahoe. So thank you for your time today and listening to staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Whitelaw. Good morning.
Good morning, all. Dwayne Whitelaw, General Manager, North Tahoe Public Utility District. My board has met on this particular topic, and I would have to say that their sentiments largely echo what the other district managers have mentioned here this morning. I think there is a strong belief that we should be open-minded about the public's interest in possibly paying a little bit more for these great amenities such as trails, and of course taking care of those trails in the long run. So we're interested in helping out as well. Again, I will echo, your staff has done a great job with this. Resort Association has been a part too, and welcome, Mr. Leopold. Hope to have some coffee someday soon.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Kevin Smith. I'm the general manager of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District. We're a little bit new to this process, but very supportive. The airport district actually encompasses the eastern portion of Placer and Nevada County, so we're kind of unique in that sense. Both very active in the transportation side with transit. We love transit and how that connects the airport to the greater community. But what some people may also not know is the airport district has a trails master plan, and we're also very involved in trails and supportive of any of the trail connections in the region. The airport district owns almost 2,500 acres of property, most of which is in Placer County. And so we're always looking for ways that we could be a partner and facilitate that connection. So this is an exciting project, and we would be happy to be a part of it in any way that we can and help. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Hello there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and welcome again, Todd. Love to have you here. Thank you for being here. I'm Cindy Gustafson, CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, and I just wanted to especially thank staff for the prompt look at this legislation. I know the timing came up very quickly from the time we brought it to their attention and said, hey, is this an opportunity to really broaden and diversify the funding that would be available to implement our tourism master plan. The business community really wants to see a diversified funding, not just relying on TOT funding for these amenities. We think that we can find business community support. The town of Truckee, Reno, many of our surrounding areas have much higher sales taxes than we currently do. When this was first brought back in '98, that wasn't the case, but now it is. And most of us do buy a large share, unfortunately, of our larger purchases do occur outside the region. So we're really looking at most of this funding coming from our visitors who are used to paying the higher sales taxes and helping provide the facilities that they use and love. So thank you very much. Appreciate both the special district support and especially county staff, Joel, Aaron, and Jennifer, for supporting us in this effort.
Thanks, Cindy. Any more public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board for action or direction. Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I will make a motion that we move forward with the staff recommendation, but specifically with the 7-member board, 2 elected officials appointed by the Board of Supervisors, 5 elected officials appointed by special district boards.
Second.
Alrighty, it's moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposition? Any, that other thing?
Abstentions?
All right, the motion is passed. I want to thank Jennifer Merchant and Aaron and Joel Joyce for their work on this, and as well working with the community to bring this forward. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to 9:30, Capital Projects Advisory Committee for Eastern Placer County. Recommend tourist master plan priorities and capital projects for TOT funding. Oh, hello again.
Hello again. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Mr. Card, Aaron Casey with the County Executive Office here again to speak with your board about the Capital Projects Advisory Committee for Eastern Placer County. Before I do that, however, I'd like to again thank the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, a key partner in developing this committee over the past year. I'd also like to acknowledge several members of the community who are here today, who have been a part of this process, have attended several public meetings, have met with our staff, Resort Association staff, to provide feedback. So we really appreciate that. Many of the organizations in this room have been quick to respond and begin working on their appointments to this committee, and so we're very grateful for that as well. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to your board as well. We've been meeting with you for the past year and do appreciate your feedback and continued guidance on this. So an overview for the presentation is I will provide your board with a quick overview of the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, or referred to as the CAP Committee. We've covered this at length in other presentations, but really want to ground us in some of that history before we move forward with the committee changes that have been discussed since the December 12th board meeting and approval to form the committee. This is consistent with, or these changes are consistent with, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association recommendations. And then finally, board action, which is a request that your board adopt a board resolution for the CAP committee, specifically to designate seats, define terms, and identify organizations with appointing authority. The committee objectives include recommending tourism master plan priorities to your board. That plan was developed, or has been, over many years. The most recent iteration of it was approved by your board in 2015. As we know, the landscape does change, and so the ability to really look at that, understand what community needs are, how those are evolving, and then recommend a set of priorities to your board is important. And we see that this committee's role will assist in providing guidance to you into the future. Review capital project applications. So they will be reviewing grant applications that we're currently developing with the Resort Association and recommending capital serving projects consistent with the Tourism Master Plan to your board for consideration. Ensure that those projects are consistent with the plan, as I've identified. Also leverage state, federal, and local matching funds. This has been an area we've been very successful in our partnership with the Resort Association over the years, identifying projects that are able to leverage these funds and make TOT, or transient occupancy tax funds, go a lot further in the community. Hold public meetings to review projects and further engage the community. The meetings of the committee will be public and will rotate throughout to engage more members, hopefully, and then ultimately recommend strategies to implement capital projects. The process to define and develop this committee has been ongoing. I know many of you are familiar with the process and time frame. We've been working with the community on this over the last year. I think I'll just remind you and everyone here what that process has been to get us to where we are today, which is quite exciting, I have to say. First, we started by defining our partnership with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, gone through and had several meetings with the organization over the past year to really review what we've done in the past, what the needs were of the community, how to elevate those needs, and work together in light of those to develop a partnership to move forward. That partnership has been key in developing the committee you see before you today, and will also be key to its success into the future. We have worked together with the organization to convene public meetings. In particular, we convened several in November to receive feedback on this committee. That feedback was included in the composition of the committee your board reviewed in December and is consistent with what you see today as well. On December 6th, the Resort Association's board approved that committee, and then subsequently your board approved the formation of it on December 12th. You may recall at that meeting, staff brought forward to you some feedback we had received right before the meeting for your board's consideration and discussion. The feedback your board gave to us was to go back to the Resort Association and vet some of that feedback, some of those additions. So that included the inclusion of the Squaw Valley Business Association, for example, as an eligible special district to appoint representatives to those 2 seats. And so we did go back, and the Resort Association looked at that and then did make some recommendations, which I'll cover with your board here shortly, but have been included in the resolution you see before you today. On the 10th, the Resort Association approved those changes, and now today we are here before your board to discuss those, and hopefully your board will approve the resolution. This is just an illustration of the Capital Projects Advisory Committee. It's very similar to the committee that you saw last month, or the same illustration with a few minor changes. I'd just like to point out that this committee will be co-chaired by the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association in Placer County, which speaks again to the partnership I discussed earlier. There are 13 seats here, and a great composition of representatives from different organizations and sectors included, and the eligible organizations are listed underneath the table at the bottom. So some committee details. As I said, it will be co-chaired by the County and Resort Association. There are 13 seats that include representation from business associations, special districts, many of them here today, ski resorts in Eastern Placer County, Resort Association at large, and Placer County at large. Additional committee details I wanted to note for your board that are included in the board resolution are that members must live or hold a business license based in Eastern Placer County. Terms are staggered to ensure committee stability, so some terms are 2-year terms, others are 3-year terms. We didn't want all of the committee members to fall off at the same time, so we thought staggering as a start would help us avoid that. Ultimately, all terms will be 2-year terms. There are 4 county seats that will be appointed by your board. 2 are general county seats and 2 are at-large seats, with an emphasis on those with expertise or knowledge of housing, health and human services to start. And arts and culture, that's the 3rd. And remaining appointments would be confirmed by your board. This allows your board to really see how the appointments have come in from the other agencies and organizations to ensure that ultimately the committee is meeting its objectives in terms of a diverse group representing the broad community, broad expertise to provide your board with recommendations on capital projects. The appointing organizations, as I said earlier, include business associations. More specifically, the business associations have a role in economic development, business development and marketing services. The special districts that are included have a role in implementing projects consistent with the tourism master plan. The list also includes the 4 ski resorts in Eastern Placer County, the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, or TMA, Resort Association, and Placer County. So really a diverse list of community organizations here. Now let's talk a bit about some of the changes that were discussed on the 12th by your board in response to community feedback we'd received, and some of the recommendations the Resort Association has made that have been included in your board resolution. We looked at the addition of the Squaw Valley Business Association and reasons initially for the exclusion of the organization. As I said, previous presentation to your board, it was initially thought that the business association would be represented by Squaw Valley through the ski resort seat, but through the public process, we learned that the community did not feel that was the case, and we have since learned that that may not be the case. So we discussed the addition of this organization to the list of eligible business associations, and what the Resort Association's board chose to do is to add additional criteria that states all incorporated business associations in Eastern Placer County are eligible for participation. So this is an additional criteria to those already established, which then means that the Squaw Valley Business Association would be eligible, meets that criteria for participation. And so the organization has been added to the list of business associations you see in front of you today. Also, we talked about and included this as a sidebar and criteria, and this is included in the staff report, that there would be a preference for no more than 2 representatives from any one organization or area, so that we don't have concentrations of representatives from one community or one organization, so that we're diversifying, as we've identified as a key objective, an important part of this committee's criteria. Also, just to share, the Resort Association will be appointing 3 seats. Your board would be appointing 4 seats, as I said earlier, and then confirming all seats. Originally, back in December, we had included co-appointments where the Resort Association and Placer County would be jointly appointing representatives. But in further discussing this with council, we realized that the county has a specific requirement related to posting vacancies and making appointments that would make co-appointments difficult. And so the way that we addressed that was to identify specific seats for the Resort Association to appoint, specific seats for your board to appoint, and then the last bullet point there is that we will work in consultation with one another on all of those appointments to ensure that we're aligned and that committee objectives are met. So what is the process for committee formation moving forward? We sent letters after December 12th, after your board's action, out to the eligible organizations and asked that they submit their appointments by January 22nd. We did receive those appointments on the 22nd, which is very exciting. We also posted county vacancies over the weekend, so now those are up and available on the Placer County website, and we'll be rolling that out with in participation or in partnership with PIO this week so that people are aware of those vacancies and we can ensure that we have people actually applying for them. I know there's a lot of interest, which is exciting, so I want to be sure that people are aware of that. We have the board resolution before you today. The ski resorts we have been working with over the holidays, it was challenging for them to find time to get together in order to determine who their appointment would be. And so we've worked with them to extend that time frame to February 5th, which doesn't impact our ability to achieve the next item, which is to bring the committee roster forward to your board on February 20th, which would include all the appointments from the eligible eligible organizations, as well as recommended appointments for county seats and the Resort Association's appointments for its own seats. We also anticipate that the committee's meeting would be first early in March in order to prepare for review of the grant applications that we anticipate will be received at the end of that month as well. So the TOT grant process, we are going to roll out that grant this week. I'm happy to report that it is in its final stages of development. We're very excited about that. So we'll be rolling it out and then sharing it with as many in the community as possible so that we can encourage those who have projects that might be of interest and consistent with the plan, the tourism master plan, to apply for those funds. Those applications will be due in late March. And then the committee's first meeting will also be in March. So those two things will converge. The committee will begin its review of those applications around that time, and we anticipate project recommendations will come forward to your board in late April or early May of this year. The funds will then be allocated should your board approve those funds after contract approval with each of the grantees by your board. And that is it for me. So I will stop and ask if you have questions.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Very much appreciate your comprehensive report on this and reminding us of the history of how we got here. You mentioned that at the request of the Resort Association, we were expanding the opportunities for business associations to, I believe you said, incorporated. Is that incorporated under the sense of the tax structure? So if you're, would the West Shore Association,
Yes.
for example?
The
Okay.
West Shore Association could be included in that list. Some of the other criteria, however, include that the board has, that the organization has a board that's meeting regularly consistent with its bylaws. So we want to ensure that the organizations participating are actually active. So I think the West Shore Association could be included in the future, but they have not been meeting on a regular basis at this time. And so at this point are not on the list, but could be in future.
Okay, so on the business association side, certainly we could see that list expand in future. What about on the special district side? Are there other special districts than the 5 that are named here that could potentially be included in the future?
I think that we have really vetted the special districts in Eastern Placer County to ensure that those that are on this list are those that are implementing projects consistent with the tourism master plan. I suppose it's possible that in the future a special district could expand its role into this area, but right now we think this is a comprehensive list that really captures all of those districts, and they are special districts.
Okay, excellent. And, I ask these questions only because you know that my preference is,
Yes.
as always, and really the reasoning behind this particular agenda item is because I really want to make sure that all of the different communities and the different interests in eastern Placer County have the opportunity both to compete for the grant dollars, but also to be part of the decision-making process. Obviously, you can't compete and be part of the decision-making process, but, have those roles to play on a much wider geographic and interest-based basis than we've seen in the past. So glad to hear that there's even opportunity for potentially more expansion moving forward.
Yes, and something else I'll add, Supervisor Montgomery, is that there are additional opportunities to participate in that. These will be public meetings. And so those in the community who have interest in the process, who want to weigh in, can do so that way. These will ultimately also come to your board, again, another part of the public process. So there are other ways to engage community groups and members in addition to appointments and sitting on the committee itself. And as I said earlier, we want to ensure that the committee is meeting in different locations also to achieve that objective.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Aaron, under additional committee details, there's a requirement members must live or hold a business license based in eastern Placer County. May I assume that to mean that a representative of an entity holding a business license based in eastern Placer County? In other words, if it were North Star's turn to appoint somebody, they could appoint somebody who actually lived in Nevada County on behalf of North Star?
I suppose that's something we could consider with them if they thought that was.
I'm just curious, if the business license is attached to an entity as opposed to an individual, if that business license requirement is considered to be attached to the entity as opposed to the individual, because I can, like North Star, the GM, I think lives in Nevada County, the GM of the Ritz lives in Nevada County.
So I think the intention of that criteria, Supervisor Euler, was actually attached to the person and not the entity itself, in order to ensure that the person who is participating is actually somebody who is either living in or conducting business in themselves in the county. However, if that is feedback that you have, I think that's something we could go back and consider in terms of revising criteria.
Yeah, I'm thinking of him in particular, when you have the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton, who I believe lives in Nevada County. I think he's over there. He might be a valuable guy to have in something like this. His entity clearly holds a business. The entity he's representing holds the business license. So I would think that we might look at it.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback, Supervisor Euler. That's a good comment.
Chairman Holmes, if I could just follow up, I actually agree with Supervisor Euler. It would also be consistent with how we appoint to some of the municipal advisory councils, where really it's you can be a representative of a business that is based in Placer County, but you don't necessarily have to live in Placer County yourself. So I do think that that is consistent with some of our other appointments up here.
Great, thank you.
All righty, any other comments from board members? Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, I just want a clarification. When you're saying incorporated, is that a legal term or is that just a term of art? Because there may be a organization that's an LLC and not incorporated per se under the state of California or Delaware or wherever. How are you using that term?
I think we were looking at it from a legal perspective when we vetted that, in terms of it being a 501c3 or 501c4 organization, as most business associations are. So that's the criteria that we used or at least when the Resort Association was discussing this item, that was part of the discussion and part of the intention, I think, of that recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more board comments, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address us on this item? So close. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here and welcome. I'm Caroline Ross with the Squaw Valley Business Association. I'm a representative, and I just wanted to thank you and thank staff, Aaron and Cindy, and the other business associations for letting us come late to the table. We are eager to participate on this committee whenever given the opportunity in either the business association seat or an open seat, and just wanted to thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, good morning again.
Good morning again. Cindy Gustafson, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Again, we want to thank staff, especially Aaron and Jennifer, for all the hard work working through. When you make a change and when you have the best intentions, you don't anticipate all of the issues that will come up. Right. And so the Squaw Valley edition was a great one, West Shore Association. In addition, we did talk to North Star. Their association is not meet the criteria of a 501c3. They are controlled by the entity, and so that at this point they wouldn't qualify, but they could in the future if they change that formation. And they were comfortable with that situation. So again, kudos to staff. We've really enjoyed working through all the details. It isn't going to be perfect this first go around, and we keep warning everybody we don't know everything that we don't know yet. But we're working together collaboratively and very positively to make these changes. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for direction. Supervisor Montgomery.
I move that we adopt a resolution to designate committee seats eligible organization terms and organizations with appointing authority for the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, and understand that the purpose of the committee is to recommend tourism master plan priorities and capital projects to the Placer County Board of Supervisors to implement the tourism master plan and transient occupancy tax policy in eastern Placer County.
All right. Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition, any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good job to everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, you're still here, though.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Not going anywhere.
All
More
right,
of
we'll
me.
move to our
Sorry about that.
9:40 a.m. timed item, County Executive, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association contract for destination marketing services. Ms.
Yes.
Casey.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Aaron Casey with the County Executive Office here to present to your board today the contract with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Provide your board here with a brief outline of my presentation today. First, I think it's important to cover the contract and negotiation process through this last year, as it does impact or has an impact on the contract you see before you today. Public outreach that was conducted by both organizations, community feedback, partnership details, and then 5-month contract objectives that I'd like to highlight for your board. And then finally, the requested board action, which is to approve 5-month contract or the 5-month contract with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Quickly, I'll start with the contract negotiation review from the past year, 2016. On April 1st, county staff submitted to the Resort Association a budget and desired scope of work. It was very different than what we had proposed in the past. We had asked the organization to provide a scope of work for marketing services, but no longer in transportation or capital project development. The organization provided county staff with a counter proposal on May 3rd, which was more consistent with the services the organization had provided in the past. On June 23rd, the two organizations got together and decided to try to work and see where we could identify areas of alignment through a mediated session. On June 27th, your board approved an interim 1-month contract that gave staff and the Resort Association time to work through that session and next steps that were identified through that process. Then again, your board approved a 6-month contract on July 25th, which allowed both organizations to continue through those meetings as well as to co-convene public meetings to further define our partnership moving forward. There was a lot of public outreach done this past year, as your board knows, and I just want to cover with you what that was. There were over 50 meetings with community members convened by Placer County staff and Resort Association staff and board members. 1 town hall meeting back in May of 2017. 3 open house meetings in November of that same year that we talked about with your board back in December, several joint press releases, and then 3, I already covered that, 3 joint public meetings. There were other meetings we held earlier that year as well to really get the community's feedback on the partnership, and then that evolved over time into the public meetings that were convened in November, which have informed this contract as well as the Capital Projects Advisory Committee we just discussed. The community feedback we received earlier last year and really in November includes some of the following. To preserve the community voice, it was important to members of the community that they felt they had the opportunity to weigh in on recommendations related to community priorities and community needs to your board. They felt strongly that the Resort Association was an important part of that process. Slow the proposed changes down. So this was a pretty dramatic change from what we had done for several years, hence the 6-month and 1-month contract, which your board approved to allow that time to take place for the community to really begin to understand why the changes have been proposed, and then really provide both organizations with feedback that would then inform next steps. Ensure transparency and accountability, expand participation within Eastern Placer County. So a lot of interest from community groups in becoming a part of the process. Some had been very aware and active prior to the changes that we were talking about here, but others hadn't been. So this process, I think, really engaged the community in all aspects, all around Eastern Placer County, which has really been exciting to see. Maintain the partnership with the Resort Association, also very important to the community, and continue public outreach on the process and tourism master plan priorities. As a result of those meetings, several meetings, we came up with a future partnership, and these are some of the highlights from that. Includes to co-chair the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, or CAP Committee, to co-convene public meetings to review these priorities, which we did do in November of 2017, to develop a marketing plan with revised performance indicators. That would be something your board could review on an annual basis and would be a companion to the contract and scope of work for your board's consideration. Also provides the organization, of course, with guidance and direction in terms of its intention and what it would like to do on the marketing side of its work. And then that transportation recommendations would come from, or that we would streamline those with the Transportation Management Association, which is something we've discussed with both the organization and your board at length. Here are the 5-month contract objectives. To provide tourism development services. So the Resort Association has decided to change what was once called the marketing department, refer to it as the tourism development department. The reason for this is that the organization did not feel that marketing adequately captured the work that it was actually doing there. Marketing previously and currently includes destination marketing services, but also visitor information, running the visitor center, conference sales, special event sponsorships, et cetera. So it's quite a robust program, and so that is a change you'll see within the scope and contract. To develop the tourism development plan, so again, formally the marketing plan, so that's a key component of this scope of work. To revise those performance indicators within that plan, they would be based on performance-based contracting, accountability and transparency, and industry best practices. To co-chair the CAP committee, that's included in the scope of work, and implement recommendations from the organizational review process. You may recall the Resort Association underwent a process of engaging members of the community to really look at various aspects of its organization, from marketing to board governance, et cetera, and would like the opportunity to continue to review those recommendations and implement where the board feels appropriate. Additional contract changes, I already mentioned marketing is now referred to as tourism development. Capital project development is now referred to as tourism master plan implementation. Transportation is not included in this contract. This is part of what we discussed with your board during the 6-month contract. It was a transitional period for the organization. And changes are consistent with the agreed to partnership between both organizations. I have discussed, I think, at length the CAP committee, but I want to identify for your board what it means to co-chair that committee with county staff. That role includes the facilitation of the appointment of committee members, which, as you've heard from Cindy, we have been in the process of doing and will continue to do until that is complete. Develop a revised grant application and process, again, something that is currently underway. Co-convene committee meetings, so we'll be working together once the committee roster is finalized to ensure those meetings are happening, meeting locations, agendas, etc. Recommend capital projects for transient occupancy tax funding to your board, and then ensure committee objectives are met. Here are contract details for your board's consideration. I'd like to add that this contract and scope of work and attachments has been approved by the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association's Board of Directors. The contract total is for up to $1,505,906. That contract term begins February 1st, 2018 and will end on June 30, 2018. It includes emphasis in two key areas: tourism development, formerly marketing, at $1,488,890 for the following services listed there. And then tourism master plan implementation, which was formerly the infrastructure program. The key areas there of note include co-chairing the CAP committee, as well as working with county staff to develop a revenue strategy to implement tourism master plan priorities. So we are looking at sales tax, TOT, among many other funding streams that will support further implementation. So they will be working with county staff on putting together a voter survey in the community, which will inform the North Lake Tahoe Transportation Authority and direction that your board may choose to go there, but also related to other revenue streams or potential revenue streams that we might consider or recommend for your board's consideration to ensure that we are able to implement the plan at the level we want to. Next steps. The organization has hired a new marketing director, which I think some of you had the opportunity to meet her last night. She will be leading the organization in the development of their tourism development plan and the revision of those performance indicators, ensuring consistency with performance-based contracting principles. And then after this work is done in this 5-month period, it is our hope and anticipation that we'll bring forward to your board a multi-year contract for your consideration. So it's been a fun year of 1 month, 5 month, 6 month, a lot of contracts this year for us and for you. Hopefully we'll get to a point where we can do something in a longer term, but where your board would be reviewing the budget, of course, on an annual basis. And again, the marketing plan, we hope, will be companion to that and will help provide direction to your board, or at least insight into the organization's intention as it relates to their programming. And with that, I will answer any questions your board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions from board members? I see none, so we'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public wish to address the board on this item? Hello.
Good morning again. Cindy Gustafson, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Again, I want to say thanks to staff and your board, my executive committee, who've spent many hours working through some of the details to address the concerns the Board of Supervisors and County CEO staff had. I think we've come up with a good contract to move forward with a lot of opportunity for change and revisions as we move forward. It's our job to make sure that we satisfy your desires, the community's desires, and are responsive to our business community as well. So we look forward to that challenge and working with your staff.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Is there anyone else? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Bob Lansinger, representing the Donner Summit Association. You probably haven't heard of us yet.
Yeah.
We're those people up in the clouds that do have electricity, but we still don't have public restrooms. I'm here today because of the efforts that these folks have made to include a larger group of our county. And we want to thank them for their efforts and encourage you to go forward with them on this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, before I bring it back for action, Supervisor Euler.
Just thank you to everybody who worked on this. This was one of the more difficult ones. Quite the evolution in the role that the Resort Association has historically played, but I think that we've laid a good, strong foundation for success in the future. And so thank you for all of you who participated in putting this together.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe this is something for legal counsel. I know, unfortunately, the reason we got here is because there was a dispute. I don't see a dispute resolution provision in this contract. Well, what do we do? How do we resolve disputes?
I suppose it depends on the nature of those disputes, Supervisor Duran. I think there may be some provisions for some of that, but ultimately what we've tried to do is work together to address lack of clarity or where we have not had agreement, but that has typically, at least in this case, happened when we're providing a new budget figure for the next year, not related to a current contract. So I think if there's a dispute or a misunderstanding around the provisions of a current contract, that's something that I would look to guidance from legal counsel on to identify next steps and what would make sense in terms of trying to resolve that.
So I'm going to be looking to Jerry to fix that, because if it's not in the contract, it doesn't exist, so.
Okay.
In its own way,
Pistols at 20 paces is what I'm thinking.
there is a pretty robust dispute resolution with the right to withhold payments on the part of the county. And that unfortunately puts everything in the CEO's office to resolve that dispute. And I'm sure the Resort Association will feel that dispute.
Right.
Okay, I'm following your lead, Jerry.
All right, Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I really want to take the opportunity to commend staff on both sides of this contract for the work that you've done. I know it's been challenging and problematic. Change is always scary, but handled correctly, change is really positive. And I think this is a really positive step for Eastern Placer County, for all the residents and taxpayers here in Eastern Placer County. So I would, barring any other conversation by any member of the board, I would move that we approve the 5-month contract with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association for tourism development services and participation with the Placer County Executive Office to co-chair the Capital Projects Advisory Committee for up to $1,505,906 for a contract term of February 1, 2018 through June 30th, 2018.
Second.
All righty, before I call for the vote, I just want to thank you, Aaron and Jennifer, for your tireless work on this, back and forth, and Cindy, you as well. It was a great conversation, and we've come to a good point. It takes time to get to a good place, but we've made it. So I would just really want to thank everybody involved in the negotiations.
Thank you.
With that, all in favor of the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. It is approved.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll move to department items. Item number 4, Community Development Resource Agency Housing Strategy and Development Plan Contract with BAE Urban Economics Incorporated. Shauna Pervins, how are you doing?
Good morning. Shauna Pervines, Community Development Resources Agency. And we are here today. I'm going to figure this out here. Ultimately, we're here today to ask you to approve a contract with Bay Area Economics, but we figured this would be a good opportunity to also update you on the annual housing work program and the components that this contract will address. So as your board remembers, the county implemented a multidisciplinary county housing unit that includes members from the county executive office, economic development, community development, Department of Public Works and Facilities, and Health and Human Services. This unit is overseen by Jennifer Merchant out of the CEO's office. The unit set forth some priorities for ourselves. The first one was to eliminate barriers and identify ways to accelerate the development of a variety of housing so that homes are attainable to people of all income levels, improve employment growth in the county by reducing critical labor shortages that are due to a lack of available housing, and finally, shorten commute distance for those who live and work in Placer County. The way we're looking to do this is to approach it by multiple different ways, looking for a variety of different types of housing that can meet each of our residents' needs. We talk about using housing types that are both new and used. New, of course, new construction. Used are looking at buildings that maybe could be repurposed for housing needs, particularly in areas that may have grown up in a different way than those buildings were originally constructed. So last August, your board heard a presentation on the first annual housing work program that included 4 different components. The components included planning and research, incentives and regulations, funding and resources, legislative advocacy, and communication. This plan had 30 different tasks that we were taking on for this year. And I'm happy to say every one of those tasks are in motion and are moving along. Just some highlights include the affordable housing in lieu fee study had been completed, and we did hold those public workshops. We're in the process right now of updating that data. It was based on 2015 information. So before we bring back a recommendation to your board, we wanted that information refreshed. Secondary dwelling ordinance was adopted to bring it consistent with recent changes in state law. Now we're working on a marketing and outreach program so that we can inform the public of those new rules and opportunities for the development of second units. We also, your board approved the permit, a use permit for the emergency shelter to continue in a temporary operation until such time as a permanent solution can be identified. And the Placer County Government Center did identify, this is the DeWitt Center, identified an affordable housing site. And as part of its master plan program, it is moving forward with its EIR that is doing a project level environmental review for this site. We've also released a request for proposal to identify an affordable housing developer that can partner with us as we go forward in the development of that site. Whole Person Care acquired some property for permanent housing for participants in the Health and Human Services program. We updated the comprehensive housing resource guide to include temporary, emergency, and permanent housing resources within the county, and this was both for the Tahoe and western Placer County side. The main addition was adding the Tahoe resources to that this time. And then we've also created a dedicated housing web page so that we can capture a lot of this information. So the contract before you today are tasks within that annual housing work program that are the primary responsibility of the Community Development Resources Agency. They include things related to the general plan, zoning ordinance, and our permit processing procedures. The first task we'll be doing is updating a land supply assessment. This is to look at both existing and entitled vacant land, but we're also expanding it to underutilized properties and, again, buildings, seeing if there's any appropriate reuse for that. This is actually going to be twofold with recent changes in state law. The restrictions on what properties can be identified to be used for our regional housing needs allocation have been put into place. Which means when we kick off the housing element update next year, we may not be able to rely upon the same properties we had relied upon in our previous housing elements. So this will give us an opportunity to look for where we might be able to meet those needs. Ultimately, this will provide us an assessment of the residential build out in the county. And then from there, we'll be looking at a jurisdictional comparison report. The intent here is to identify programs or procedures that other jurisdictions that are using that are actually effective. Some look good, but maybe are not as effective as we want, so we want to make sure that if we are going to explore those, we want to make sure that they're going to be best fit for Placer County and provide results. And then most of the tasks will be in this contract will be related to looking at revisions to the county's design standards to encourage maximum design flexibility, and then recommendations for revisions to county housing policies, ordinances, and regulations that may unnecessarily add cost or delay to the housing development. And we'll also be looking for those options to streamline that development review process. Finally, we will also develop a site evaluation tool that will be used to determine profitability and the development capacity of a certain number of sites so that we are focusing our energies, our staff, and our resources to those that make the most sense as we move forward. And finally, the contract will look at those recent changes in state law. It was a very busy year last year at state legislature. There were 33 different housing legislation changes that were made. There's a number on the horizon this year as well. They were, last year, they were broken down into basically 4 different categories. There was the financing of affordable housing projects, facilitating private market housing production, increasing the accountability and accommodating new housing, and then the preservation of existing and subsidized housing. Again, much of the work that we're doing here in this contract will also be used for the housing element update that the county will be kicking off next year. But it'll also give us an opportunity to look for what were in that legislation that may provide new funding resources for the development of housing. And with that, staff is recommending that your board approve the competitive request, the BAE contract in an amount not to exceed $186,860 and authorize the Community Development Resources Agency Director to execute that contract. Funding for this request was budgeted in the Community Development Resources Agency budget for this year. And we also have Brett Woods from Procurement, who is here if you have any questions on the contract, and Matt Coda from BAE, should you have any questions on the scope of work.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Shauna? Supervisor Euler.
More comment than a question. I very much appreciate the attention that is being paid to discovering existing impediments to the market's ability to deliver product. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Montgomery.
I really wanted to take the opportunity, Shauna, to thank you on this, but to thank a couple other folks in the audience today, particularly Jennifer Merchant, Cindy from the Resort Association. Here on the east side, it was mentioned in the report, but it wasn't really touched on. We've been working with the Mountain Housing Council, which has sort of been overseen by the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, and we've been making some really interesting, very positive steps about how in our own particular mountain circumstance we can address some of these shortfalls around housing. And we really struggle in this area with what we're calling the missing middle. I'm told actually that's a very specific technical term that I shouldn't be using, but the way we're looking at it is people who fall out of those normal categories of low and very low income, folks up here who are making good livings and literally can't find anywhere to buy because we are such an interesting real estate market up here. I'm just going to put it that way. But I really want to thank everyone. I see a number of other people in the room, including my district aide, Lindsay Romack, who has been participating in some of the subcommittee meetings. I think we should have some conversations with BAE when they come in for this contract about what we are doing up here, because I believe there is some pretty strong application to the west side of the county as well on a number of the issues that we're looking on. But really, before we hear from the public, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who recognizes what a significant issue this is up here and is actually working to take tangible steps to get new inventory on the ground. And whether that's new inventory as in new construction or new inventory as in repurposing existing underutilized structures, it's something we've got to figure out how to do better and more quickly. And hopefully the BAE contract will help illuminate even more on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery. Any other comments from board members? Then I will be opening it up for the public if there's anyone from the public wish to address this on this item. Hello again.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. For the record, I'd like to thank staff for the presentation today and hopefully the BAE group going forward. I would also like to add that Pat Davison is also an integral part in this, and I work frequently with her. She can answer many, many questions and should be honored for her support and work in all of this. I also think that going forward, I haven't looked at the website yet, that we need to make aware to the public how much is in the mitigation funds, specifically the Tahoe part, at least for the community member here. And also, when we're looking at properties, there is a previously owned property that was slated for a senior housing complex that never got built close to Tahoe City. I think it's something that maybe we can look at for a future place. It's close to Tahoe City, close to transit. Might be an opportunity there to build some affordable housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie. Anyone else wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move we approve the award and authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director to execute the contract with BAE.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you. The motion is passed, and thank you for your work. I will now move to Public Works and Facilities Update Cabin Creek Biomass Facility Project. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and board members. Pleasure to be here. First, I want to apologize up front for the lateness of all this information. As you know, there have been discussions with Liberty Utilities, management, and our staff. Since that staff report was written, I'm here today to provide you the latest information and seek your direction. As it stands today, staff does not have a final deal that would allow for a proposal for your consideration for the project to move forward. Senior Liberty leadership met with their parent company CEO, who resides in Canada. Just yesterday, the CEO heard our latest counteroffer and was encouraged by that, but would like us to continue working together to get all the specific financial details completed, and essentially regarding the following: finalize a power purchase agreement between our two parties with a firm commitment for Liberty to purchase the facility at some point in time, but we need to break out the specific details of when they would purchase it, which is liable to be 12 months after it operates to make sure it works properly, the cost at the time of purchase that they would be providing back to the county, parameters of the operational performance that would need to be met for a purchase, and parameters of a lease agreement. Since it would be built on county land, it would still be a facility lease should they purchase the facility. There's also fuel delivery parameters, as the county could be that fuel delivery partner in this. We do have expertise in that and have been providing that from our ERL for quite some time in that same kind of capacity. Also to discuss a risk of the reduced risk of any biochar sales. They have proposed, and we have said we're not really interested in carrying on that that item after they purchase it. They would like to spend some more time discussing it. On the positive side, staff has already prepared draft agreements for all of these purposes. As you recall, over time, we had these deals in place with a private entity, and that since the cost of private dollars is so high, those have fallen through. But we could use those should you desire us to move forward with that. Staff is ready to meet with Liberty as early as next week, should your board desire to continue those negotiations. I'd remind the board, as I brought to you in the past, and the staff report, whatever we might agree on, it's still looking like the county would be required to commit the upfront funds, which is approximately $5.2 million in addition to our DOE grant. If the board chose to look at, rather than a contribution, some sort of loan, it would be a higher amount because we would have to make loan payments until such time as we got that facility sold. Time is a significant issue in this deal. All of this would have to be finalized very quickly in order to get back to your board in late March for your approval of all those documents, which would meet the guidelines of the extended Department of Energy grant, which our former CEO signed in December, so that is in place. Given the time frame and the lack of final details of a deal, staff would recommend that the county seek additional partnerships possibilities for this Cabin Creek site if there are there. There's still a few places to look. Also, additionally, work with our community development resource agencies to identify other potential sites through APN searches and power lines, transmission issues outside the Tahoe region within the PG&E territory, as there is the potential for a more economic deal down there. And staff already has a wealth of technical, environmental, and design details already that could be utilized in anything that would go down there. And to, if desired, finalize discussions with Liberty and report back to your board on February 6th should any favorable deal points be agreed upon within that time frame. And with that, I'll stop and be happy to answer any questions and take direction.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Wygant.
Brett, the DOE grant, I see that it expires May 19th, 2009, or May of 2019.
Correct.
What kind of lead lag time is there? When would we have to know that we actually have some kind of a firm deal? Would it be right up until that date, or do we have to actually, do you think?
No, the negotiations with the Department of Energy to get an extension, what they asked back was, okay, what would it take to get this built and have operating? And they gave us approximately a year. And I said, well, there's really no way to do it in a year, given last December to the next December. As you know, building up here, there's only a few months of building time. There's long equipment leads. So the timeline with the DOE grant now as it stands is, which is why we'd need to bring things back, contracts back to you by the March timeframe of this year. In order to order the equipment in April of this year, would have the lead times available to have the equipment delivered sometime in December of 18. In the meantime, we would then move forward to complete the design and build the facility during the summer and fall months to have the structure up. Then the equipment would be delivered as they finish the structure, working through the winter time. All of the operational checkout and permitting aspects, including the Air Pollution Control District piece of that, would be accomplished. And on or about May 19th, all of the agreed upon grant items would be completed. Therefore, we'd meet our deadline. Sometime a little bit later, it would actually be up for production of electricity, likely in a June or July timeframe of 19, wherein the power purchase agreement would have that built into it. Once it's complete, then we provide power. So it's an extremely tight timeline. Quite frankly, if I had answers for you today, our staff would be working their tails off to get this to you. A couple of more weeks is a couple of more weeks, but that's unfortunately the rules of the game at this time for the DOE grant.
So do you think by our next board meeting, you'd have more understanding from Liberty's position?
I think our duty would be to finalize anything in the next couple of weeks to bring back to your board. There simply wouldn't be time after that.
Okay.
I think I'd be remiss in not providing you back actual specific answers. As I say, we're ready to go. We're ready to go meet with them. They've given us a commitment to meet with their senior staff and produce the details. You know, again, there's risk associated with this project. Our responsibility as staff is to bring you something that mitigates as much risk as possible that we believe you would be in favor of. On the other side of the fence is a publicly traded company that deals in this, and they may have different views, but I feel it's imperative that if allowed to move forward, we need some final answers. It's gone on too long.
All right. Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I can't agree more with you than this has gone on too long. I think it's been an incredibly frustrating process for all of us. And, you know, my feeling today is that we should frankly just pull the plug on the discussions with Liberty. I feel every time Liberty comes back to us, they actually come back to us with a less good offer that puts more risk onto the county. And I think when you take a look at that and you take a look at the motion, Liberty's motion to the CPUC last week to defer their renewable obligations, I don't think they're the partner we want in this. And, you know, it's not intended to be a slam on Liberty, but we need to have partners that we have faith in and that we feel like we can be negotiating in good faith with. I further have concerns that even if we were to come to some sort of agreement with Liberty, it would not be beneficial to Placer County ratepayers. And my real concern is, as regards the CCA that's moving forward in Western Placer, but that at some point, under state law, would need to move into Eastern Placer, into the Liberty territory. I would be extremely concerned that if Liberty were to end up with some sort of proprietary interest in the actual facility, ownership, whatever, that we could very much find ourselves over a barrel in terms of taking on that asset for Placer County ratepayers. So my gut feeling is that we should really just pull the plug on this immediately. I mean, as in this afternoon, start conversations. Are there other partners with whom we could work to achieve our goals within the time frame? Or should we be reallocating our energies to the west side and really put this project, which is approved, has been through CEQA, just put it on hold and focus our energies elsewhere until we can come back to the Cabin Creek facility and do it right? Sorry, that was just soapboxing.
Okay, wasn't a question to me?
That was not a question. There was no question in there at all.
I think it was eloquently stated.
Venting some frustration.
All of the points.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I think we've given this a valiant effort. And I think that right now it just doesn't seem to make sense for us to proceed. There's a saying in the startup community, fail fast, meaning discover what your potential pitfalls are right up front and then decide whether or not you want to move forward. I think we've got enough information to know that at least this track is not going to work. And so let's back off.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, no, I agree with the prior two comments. Anytime you get something at the last minute, and I'm not beating you over the head over this, I'm just saying, I can't expect it to make a decision and wade through this stuff in 15 minutes before a board meeting. And that tells me that we're really nowhere near where we need to be in order to get a deal done. You got to have a willing partner. And if they wanted to be a willing partner, they would have been done. This would have been done a long time ago. So I figure we move on. We can use the energy, just like Jen said, on other things as opposed to putting it in this. So.
Luckily, the county has lots for me to do.
Yeah,
Right.
and I would just like to follow up, but I really want to reiterate that while it sounds like the direction you're going to get from the board today is not to move forward with Liberty, I think it's really critically important for us to also recognize that we do have an approved project here. It did go through the CEQA process, and my full intention is to identify a better partner and a better way to come back to actually get something in place there, because I'm hearing it from people in Eastern Placer County. The concerns around tree mortality, insurance, all of that is just so important. We can't just say, well, it didn't work with Liberty, so we're not going to do anything.
Have we run this by WPWMA at all?
I'm sorry.
Have we talked about to the landfill at all about this?
The Eastern Regional Landfill?
No, our landfill down in
Western Placer.
As far as moving it to that site?
No, as far as an investment partner.
I'm going to ask my colleague, Bill Zimmerman,
easy
to
question,
answer that.
yes or no?
Bill would know the answer if it's yes or no.
Yeah, I know.
haven't.
I know we've talked about doing some things like this down there.
Bill Zimmerman, Deputy Executive Director of the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. We have not had that type of a conversation, but I think it'd be an interesting conversation to have.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Just a little bit more information. You're right, Jennifer. We've gone through all those processes. We do have a conditional use permit now. If we're going to put this in a hold position, we need to maintain that, and we will go through the process with CEDRA to maintain that. The other piece of it is the Air Pollution Control District authority to construct has technically expired, but the administrator said, don't worry about it. We'll give it back to you. You're still meeting all the obligations. I would say that our responsibility will be to go back to them and find out what we can do to keep that alive as well. So we'll go through those processes. And a final note, should your board decide to break off and we can't find anyone else in time, the obligations for the DOE essentially have been met to date. We do have some final billings of some work that is just now being completed. I will have some final responsibility to complete a few more reports, but I have all the data I need to do that. It will just take a little time, given everything else I'm working on. But we will meet the obligation of the DOE, and for what it's worth, we'll be probably one of the few people that it's ever given money back to the federal government, or didn't spend that piece. I'm not sure which way you'd like to put it, but with that, I'll take any more questions.
Any more questions? Well, it seems like you have at least 3 board members that have given direction about halt. So I think that's all we need for now.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That concludes our open session items. We will now go to closed session. County Council will lead us in the.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss 3 items of litigation listed on page 3 of the agenda, for a conference with real property negotiators to discuss the 4 items of real property acquisition that are listed on page 3 of the agenda. And finally, the board will adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority for a conference with its labor negotiator. And we'll be back to report after closed session.
Thank you all for coming.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. And if the elevator tries to break you down, go crazy, punch a higher floor. Don't lie, the world you're living in
iHeart 80s on iHeartRadio.
1982.
iHeart 80s.
1984.
WLTW HD2, New York.
Serving the universe.
An iHeartRadio original station. All 80s hits, commercial free.
iHeart 80s, iHeart Radio.
I was only having
You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right.
Totally 80s.
I Heart 80s.
We want to multiply. Are you gonna do it? I know you qualify. Are you gonna do it? Don't be so circumscribed. Are you gonna do it? Just get yourself untied. Are you gonna do it? Feel the heat pushing you to decide. Feel the heat burning you up, ready or not. Some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on. Some feel the heat and decide that they can't go on. Some like it hot, but you can't tell how hot till you try. Some like it hot, so let's turn up the heat till we fry. The girl is at your side. Are you gonna do it? She wants to be your bride. Are you gonna do it? She wants to multiply. Are you gonna do it? I know you won't be satisfied until you do it. Feel the heat pushing you to decide. Feel the heat burning you up, ready or not. Some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on. Some like it hot, some like it hot. Feel the heat pushing you to decide. Feel the heat burning you up, ready or not. Some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on. Some feel the heat and decide that they can't go on. Some like it hot, but you can't tell how hot till you try. Some like it hot, so let's turn up the heat till we fry. Some like it hot, some like it hot. Some like it hot, some like it hot. I heart 80s, I heart radio.
Her hair is hollow gold, her lips sweet surprise. Her hands are never cold. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll turn her music on you. You won't have to think twice. She's pure as New York snow. She got Betty Davis eyes, and she'll tease you, she'll unease you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. She got Greta Garbo, stand-up size. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll let you take her home, whet's her appetite. She'll lay you on the throne. She got Betty Davis eyes. She'll take a tumble on you, roll you like you were dice, until you come out blue. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you, off your feet with the crumbs she throws you. She's ferocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. And she'll tease you, she'll unease you, all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll tease you, she'll unease you, just to please you. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll expose you when she snows you. She knows ya. She's got Betty Davis eyes.
All 80s, totally. I heart 80s.
It's close to midnight.
at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. I'm gonna bring it to stench is in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller.
iHeart 80s on iHeart Radio, playing all the 80s hits from Duran Duran.
You've gone too far this time, but I'm dancing on the Valentine. I tell you, somebody's fooling around with my chances on the danger line. I'll cross that bridge when I find it. Another day to make my stand. Oh, high time
you please? If you please. If you please.
You're listening to iHeart 80s. For another full decade of hits, check out iHeart 90s on iHeartRadio.
When you close your eyes and you go to sleep, and it's down to the sound of a heartbeat, I can hear the things that you're dreaming about. When you open up your heart and the truth comes out. You tell me that you want me. You tell me that you need me. You tell me that you love me. And I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, when I hold you in my arms at night, don't you know you're sleeping in the spotlight? And all your dreams that you keep inside, you're telling me the secrets that you just can't hide. You tell me that you want me. You tell me that you need me. You tell me that you love me. And I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, when you close your eyes and you fall asleep, everything about you is a mystery. You tell me that you want me. You tell me that you need me. You tell me that you love me. And I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep.
Accessing 80s file.
iHeart 80s.
que sera. Baby, whatever will be, que sera, que sera. Between you and me. Oh, just how true are the rumors I am hearing about the crush you have on me. Baby, I'm blind 'cause I just don't see it, but I wanna believe what they see. I find myself telling you things I don't even tell my best friend. I keep showing emotions not knowing just where it all stems from. From time to time I wonder where I am in your heart. And even though I don't live there yet, I'm afraid it will be cold and dark. I'm lost in emotion, telling you things you really should know. Baby, I'm lost in emotion, and I'm a fool, at least my friends think so. Que sera, que sera. Between you and me. Oh, no. Baby, am I a fool 'cause I don't know just how you feel? And it's the love for you, oh, I can't conceal. Hit the beat now, lost with my feelings, lost hit the ceiling, lost these emotions, lost can't repeat so long. But I don't know how in my heartbreak I can feel the beat now. Lost.
You know that I lost. Lost in emotion. Lost in emotion. Lost in
iHeart 80s on iHeartRadio.
1984.
been working so hard. Sink me in a river of tears. This could be the best place yet, but you must overcome your fears. Ooh, in time, could have been so much more. The time is precious, I know. In time, could have been so much more. The time is nothing to show. Time won't give me time, and time makes lovers feel like they got something real. But you and me, we know they got nothing but time, and time won't give me time, won't give me Don't make me feel any colder. Time is like a clock in my heart. Touch me, touch was the key too much. I found I lost you from the start. Ooh, in time, it could have been so much more. The time is precious, I know. In time, it could have been so much more. The time has nothing to show, because time won't give me time, and time makes lovers feel like they got something real. But you and me, we know they got nothing but time, and time won't give me time, won't give me
All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free. That's iHeartRadio. All your favorite music.
Hello, this is Madonna.
I'm Rick Springfield, and this is iHeartRadio.
And iHeartRadio is all your favorite stations. Thousands of the best radio stations from across the country. Plus, iHeartRadio is free. Download the app today. All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free.
You glanced my way, I lost all control. Anxiety had taken hold. My body quivered, hot flashes ignited.
promises. You knew you'd never keep. Promises, promises. Why do I laughed like kids at all the silly things we did? You can't finish what you start. If this is love, breaks my heart. You made me promises, promises. You knew you'd never keep. Promises, promises. Why do I believe all of your promises? You knew you'd never keep. Promises, promises. Why do I believe?
WLTW HD2 New York.
Serving the universe.
An iHeartRadio original station.
Totally 80s. iHeart 80s. iHeart Radio.
Y'all pretty ladies around the world got a weird thing to show you. So tell all the boys and girls, tell your brother, your sister, and your mama too, 'cause we're about to throw down and you know just what to do. Wave your hands in the air like you don't care. Glide by the people as they stop to look and stare. Do your dance, do your dance, do your dance quick, mama. Come on, baby, tell me what's the word, word up. Everybody say, when you hear the call, you got to get it underway. Word up. It's the code word. No matter where you say it, you'll know that you'll be heard. Now all you sucker DJs who think you're fly, there's got to be a reason, and we know the reason why you try to put on those airs and act real cool, but you got to realize that you're acting like fools. Give us music, we can use it. We need to dance. We don't have the time for psychological romance. No romance, no romance, no romance for me, mama. Come on, baby, tell me what's the word, word up. Everybody say, when you hear the call, you got to get it underway.
Heart 80s.
For sure.
Chance with someone like you. Are you gonna break his heart? Let him cry for the moon. Are you hiding somewhere behind the
iHeart 80s.
1980.
Give the pass a slip. Step on the brick. Break your mama's back.
listening to iHeart 80s. For another full decade of hits, check out iHeart 90s on iHeartRadio.
All you got is this moment. 21st century's yesterday. You can care all you want. Everybody does, yeah, that's okay. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You're one of my kind. I need you tonight, 'cause I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, girl, that makes me sweat. I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You are my kind. Oh. I need you tonight, 'cause I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, girl, that makes me sweat. So I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. So slide over here and give me a moment. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You're one of my kind.
All 80s. iHeart 80s.
Your friends seem to think that you're so peachy keen.
iHeart 80s on iHeartRadio.
1988. Got this in pocket, gunpowder, I'm gonna use it. Intention, I'm feeling mental, gonna make you notice. Got motion, restrained emotion, I've been diving, detour leaning, no reason. Seems so pleasing, gonna make you notice. Gonna use my arm, gonna use my legs, gonna use my style, gonna use my side step, gonna use my fingers, gonna use my imagination. 'Cause I gonna make you see. Nobody else here, no one like me. I'm special, so special. I gotta have some of your attention. Give it to me. I got rhythm, I can't miss a beat. I got a new skank, sorry. I got something
iHeart 80s.
Traveling in a freighter combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, do you come from a land down under? Where women go and men wonder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Buying bread from a man in Brussels. He was 6'4" and full of muscle. I said, do you speak my language? He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, I come from a land down under, where Peter's flow and men gender. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Lying in a den in Bombay, with a slack jaw and not much to say. I said to the man, are you trying to tempt me? Because I come from the land of plenty. And he said, oh, you come from a land down under. Yeah, women go and men wonder. Can you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover.
All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free. That's iHeartRadio. All your favorite music.
Hi, this is Elton John. Hi, it's Sting, iHeartRadio.
And iHeartRadio is all your favorite stations. Thousands of the best radio stations from across the country. Plus, iHeartRadio is free. Download the app today. All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free.
80s.
Drive a million miles to be with you tonight. So if you're feeling love, turn up your radio. The words we use are strong, they make reality. But now the music's on. Oh baby, dance with me. Yeah. In the world tonight, our heartbeat safe and sound. I'll hold you so close, just let yourself go down. Move it down to the ground. Get what's inside of you. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody wake John tonight. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody wake John tonight. Everybody have fun. Everybody have fun.
iHeart 80s on iHeartRadio, playing all the 80s hits from Phil Collins.
How can I just let you walk away? Just let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath with you. Ooh, you're the only one who really knew me at all. How can you just walk away from me when all I can do is watch you leave? 'Cause we shared the love the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. And did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me, I'm coming back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way. And if you need to know while I'm still standing, you just fade away. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Once I never could have hoped to win. You're starting down the road and leaving me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. And if my love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. No, I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
WLTW HD2, New York.
Serving the universe.
An iHeartRadio original station. All 80s hits, commercial free.
She was a lover, coat of me, even in the summertime. Everybody knows from the cold little way.
80s.
iHeart 80s.
I saw you there, just standing there, and I thought I was only dreaming, yeah. I kissed you then once again.
Are you ready? Yeah. Ready? Push your little button.
The board has returned from closed session in a conference with legal counsel. The board took up Gary Freeman versus County of Placer and Michael Hraddick versus County of Placer. The board heard a report and authorized the defense and indemnity of the county and the individuals named and served in that case. In case of Jordan White versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and authorized the defense and indemnity of the county and the county employees, and also authorized the outside counsel to represent the named employee, Deputy Madden, in that case. The board also had a conference with its real property negotiators regarding the 4 acquisitions listed on the agenda. They heard reports on each of those matters and gave direction to their real property negotiators. And finally, the board adjourned as a board and convened as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Service Authority, Public Authority, to have a conference with its labor negotiator, heard a report and gave direction to its labor negotiator in that matter. That concludes the closed session report.
And that concludes the business before the Board of Supervisors on January 23rd. Thank you, everybody, for coming.